Sorry, 1 second. Also need to mess with yeah, PNG tuber maker and mess with the microphone again. Hello. Oh wait, hang on. I think I know what it is. That's my headset. That I don't want to increase that. Hang on. Hello. There you go. That should be a bit better. Oh, I guess I should check. Let me also make sure. Yep, that's capturing. Yes. Okay. Everything's all bueno. I like the Hanu guy. Arcopacha will become available once you complete the quest. This quest series beginning with Helpful Hanu. Never ready to start. So, what is it you'd like to know? The route to Okano. We go south through the Arc of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside Kozama Aku River, is that right? It is. Be warned, however. My brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes. Oh, far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes, though. Houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. I don't like how my little guy just isn't as reactive as I would want him to be. Is that better? Kinda. Yeah, I think that's better. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm worried for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kozama Oka, we should head over to the Arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill in Zbalav Tai. It's all been arranged. Oh, here we go. I do still kind of feel bad about my last stream being mostly just the remaining quests from Endwalker. But still, it was a good time. Let me go ahead and set my chat party. Alfino. I should have liked to observe the festival, but the Hanu are probably not in the mood to celebrate. I swear, that gate gets bigger every time I see it, considering the size of Gulujaja. Though, I suppose it's better than having it be too small. That is true. That is quite true. Cryle? Through this gates, and we'll be on our way south to Kozama Oka. The Hanu are friendly folk who should welcome us with open arms. Assuming they're not too preoccupied with recent troubles, that is. Are we all ready to leave? Yes, yes. Then onward to Kozama Oka. Open the way.
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuk Lamat, we proceeded along the marshy trail, a road upon which the Dawntrail and his comrades once traveled.
Dawntrail, Kusamoka.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Han was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiolag is not one for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before.
Confidence
Come
before the
on.
fall.
Okanu isn't much farther.
This will actually be the point where we can actually start getting the fights, I believe. I'd love to stand at the bottom of those huge waterfalls and bask in the majesty of it all. Pity they're so far away. Wetlands is an apt name. Much of the ground here is positively saturated. There is no stopping the third promise, is there? A good thing she has Aaronval to keep her from getting lost. For all his grumbling, he's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal childhood friend. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Ooh. Ualan? Go ahead and get going in style. Oh, but first. Wrong one. Do I not have an ether compass? I wonder. Something like that? No. Alice? The waterfalls must be... the water from the falls must flood the wetlands and flow into these streams and rivers. Assuming we have the right idea, one of the Dawn Servant selectors should be here somewhere. So this is Hanu Hanu village. One can tell at a glance how very different their culture is from the Vanus. Yeah, kinda. Wuk Lamat. Ow, stupid distracting waterfalls. Ah, everyone has arrived. And none the worse for wear, except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is Hanu Hanu village I was telling you about. Okhanu. I agreed to serve as a guide, not as a nursemaid. Oh, we about to get greeted? It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find the selector. Hello, hello. Oh, Kali! Oh, what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. I.e., you were busy stuffing your face. Greetings to the third promise in her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time. All in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. What do you mean you're not quite ready? Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feats. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who is prone to decisive action. So I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later, or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servant than you've seen thus far. I should like to speak to the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okanu then? Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass the test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wuk Lamat has the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is a resident to this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erinville, Alize, and Kral could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuk Lamat, Thorak, and myself will handle the northern half. Simple enough. Sounds good to me. A gemstone trader? I really need to do these. Welcome. I'm glad to say that the damage from the storm has been repaired and our stores are open for business. If you have any bicolor gemstones to trade, I'd love to take a look. Swamp monk thigh, hammerhead crocodile skin, poison frog secretions, and lesser Apollyon shell. Anything neat here? Oh, you sell the level 90 gear. I might as well see what it looks like. So yeah, I'll be using the maiming gear. I mean, none of this is better than what I already have, but it's still nice to take a look at it, see what I'm working with. Because, like, my gear has better stats, not to mention those melds. Why the long face? You heard about the storm? I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Servant sent, we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. While roofs and walls are patched, there's so much less that was lost for good. So much else that was lost for good. Mom. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Jeez. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That stone broke more than wood and reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. Hey, listen up. I have a level 90 carpenter. I can fix it up for no problem. Oh, we can attune from this far. Okay. Good thing the Aetheryte made it through the storm in one piece. Those things are tough. You'll have to do a lot more than that to try and break one. I can barely keep my eyes open. Time for a short nap. Nap away, my friend. Hey, Alfino. Some manner of boat? Boat of woven reeds. Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. It's a chicken! It's a giant chicken! I actually made chicken nuggets today. I did it differently. I used bacon grease instead. The chicken actually turned out really well. Nice and soft and chewy, yet very flavorful. I think that's because I used too much spice. Bundled reeds. The dry and shrunken bundle suggests reeds were harvested some time ago. Oh, drat. I went and sucked Alfino too soon. Weird. Using Slipner didn't feel that much faster. Hey, Alfino. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Of course, of course. Hello? Hello? Can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We gotta hurry over too. Oh, but I'm probably going to be brought over there. Ah, Kona has come.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Sorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
Ah, great.
You made it after all.
Can your feat include beating the tar out of the sky, please?
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Ah.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material.
That does make sense.
But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me. You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
Please do it. Please save us all the trouble.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The Feat of Reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The Feat of Reeds.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you.
I gotta grab something real quick.
These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Here we are.
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
It's typically how it goes. So this feat seems to be largely about cultivation as much as anything. Which does make sense. So the Hanu also eat the reeds, yet another way in which they differ from the Vanu. Not that I intend to gratify him with a response, but Bakul Jaja's provocations are hard to ignore. This kind of feat is tailor-made for a rational, educated scholar like Kona. I understand not wanting to fall behind, but rushing ahead risks playing into our opponent's hands. Let's not do anything reckless and think matters through. Level 90 gear. Okay. Wuk Lamat is eager to help solve the Hanu's woes. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaronville, will you take us to the fields where the reeds grow? Of course, follow me. One second. I'll need to adjust my little guide because the... There we go. There we go. I can exist right there. Travel. Ether currents. Items, search, ether. I must have gotten rid of my ether compass a while ago. F14 ether compass. Because, yeah, I'll be traveling out that way. Let's see. From the collection menu. There it is. 494 yalms to the northeast. I'm getting information. I wonder if they're just grinding while waiting for Q to pop. And there I thought these feats would have us battling dire fiends or similar. Agriculture is far thornier a problem. I see. They irrigate the fields by diverting water from the neighboring river. 'Tis unlikely the reeds ever dry out. Look at these fields! Why, this could be a painting. I could agree with you. I know she wants to do her best, but she could be careful not to make promises she cannot keep. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let us all scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Yep, yep. Anything interesting? The water is just right. Wilted? As Zonu Hali described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. As much as I know Squeenix won't do this, it would be interesting if getting to certain levels in botany enable you to understand a bit more closely as to what's going on with the reeds. The soil in the paddies is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. Not amiss with the paddies themselves, as far as I can tell. Ooh, a water strider. A bit sluggish, though. More of a water shambler. You see anything, Wuk Lamat? I'll find the cause of all of this any moment now. She's doing her best. Any luck? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that maybe the storm also flowed in here with potentially seawater, so that could be the cause to the plants. But I don't know. That's just at least my observation. Lethargic frog. Ah, poor fellow. A small frog catches your eye, strangely lackadaisical. It doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. So it could be something with the water. Anything new? No. Okay, so it is sure to be something with the water, because that frog wouldn't be affected by anything other than water. And the water shambler, as Alice calls it, must also be affected by the water. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together. We can share our discoveries. Yeah, so. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree. The waters look to be good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. Not enough food? The festival! This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows? Maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be more connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuk Lamat's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. That's what that is. In that building to the north? Let's go and see it. Off she goes. Iron Ball. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Heavy Matamata. Don't want to do this to you, but I have no choice. Hanu. We pray for the wind's blessing. Then she goes and carries half our reed short. We pray for the wind's blessing. Then she goes and carries half our reed stores. Would that it would guide them back to us as well. But no, that's a job for her oh so faithful servants. They probably weren't able to finish it if they lost half of their reeds. What a charming float. I wonder what bird was the inspiration for its design. Yep. Stay there. Oops. Well, I've never been here for the festival season, so this is all new to me too. Alize. Look at the size of that thing. I hope they don't expect me to help carry it. No, you will be the only one carrying it, Alize. I'm sure you're strong enough. The handles gave me pause before, but now I understand their purpose. Maybe they're supposed to carry them? Yes, this is the float I remember. It does not appear somewhat damaged to you. We should take a closer look. Move the camera as well as zoom. Oh, I see a problem immediately. It's missing an eye. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift the great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? Plumage? No. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. So it needs new tail feathers, a new carry handle, as well as another gemstone eye. We can do that. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do you go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival floats. It is a shame it's in such poor state due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No Lilhana. Or Ihihana. Ihihana, that's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. Considering what I saw in Endwalker, that makes sense. A celebration of life and growth may help you give the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the floats. We need aboxia. We need aboxia for the missing eye, Uyuyipo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of those I know. Abakisa is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment. Uyuyipo is and Uyuyipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however, the one chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left innervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival floats. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The wind-chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. The float might also function as an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. The boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if you repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these all have been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The floats? A tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float all these years. He's replaced both the eyes and poles before, so he would know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Volcanu to gather and vie for the title of Wind Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. Arenval is an alchemist, I believe it. Then the three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu. And certainly, let's all go together. I am just a little bit annoyed at how much my little guy does not light up when I talk. Please stand by. Oh. That might be a little bit different. Now I'm going up and down. Sensitivity isn't too good on this, unfortunately. Gotta shrink it back down. There we go. Linu Hanu. To find myself working alongside the third promise herself is unexpected, to say the least. We're making progress now. The solution to Okanu's woes is as good as found. Thanks to Wuk Lamat, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something said for following one's instincts. I wonder what manner of shipwright repairs reed-woven boats. The shipwright's name is Wuk Ivu. He's a Zivaral who only moved to Kozama-oka only a few years ago, but has since mastered her customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Ukbekbi, to the east of here. That would afford me an opportunity to go get that ether currents. Molting season. Look over there. Do you see that big winding staircase? I don't want to. Oh, it seems they have a place here where visitors can stay. Looks cozy. This is Ukbekbi, the village of all. Those who drifting into Kuzumaoka from Tuliolal and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wukivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of the large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, climb up the stairs can be challenging. Radolja? The Hanu's reed magics are endlessly fascinating. Beware delving too deeply into the traditions that bind them to the land, lest they cast their spell on you too. Thank you, thank you. 115 yalms to the north. That would put it on that little island? Yeah! Miyaka Beksu. Okay, so there are 5 of them available from quests. But the rest are available just to grab. Duck Poga. Many fires. Earthenshire. Hey, Earthenshire! Wow, you can see Okanu from up here. That's amazing. You can see many fires from here as well. You can see a lot from up here. I should mention that Wukivu isn't only a stickler for etiquette, he is also... well, you'll find out soon enough. We are hoping to enlist the man's aid, so it pays not to be rude in any case. Oho Kali. Oho Kali. Hello, hello.
What do you want with me?
Right. A greeting. Oho Kali.
Wow, she did remember it.
Oho Kali.
You gotta speak softly.
Good. You brought your manners with you.
When you Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
You're Wuk Lamat. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wukevu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette.
please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
Will not? Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
All right then. Consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Abokisha.
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuk Lamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Oh?
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Oh dear. A rather eccentric fellow, but I feel his heart is in the right place. Cave Kikitola is in southwest of Okano. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. To the southeast. Oh, you know what? Assuming it means directly southeast, then I might not be able to get to it. We will try anyway. Oh? We might end up going that way later then. Oh, striking dummies. Oh, I should speak to the alpaca keep. I almost envy how effortlessly he can shift from one mood to another, from one mood to its polar opposites. At least I presume he does so by choice. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Yep, another one this direction. Look, you can see the falls at the back of the cave. These hollows must have been carved out by the constant deluge of water from above. I can see that. Cave Kikitola as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot raw Abaxia by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave then. You take the west half and I'll take the east. She's a capable pictomancer. As for me... Ah, there we are. Also, glowflies? These guys are harmless. But its coloring is gray rather than green. An aura bomb. You find a chunk of stone glowing with a distinct shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of mineral Linu Hanu was looking for. A green glowing rock containing what appears to be a Abuksha. Some of the cave's inhabitants took umbrage at my presence, but it was nothing. But if it was nothing a few swishes of my brush couldn't handle. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? Here you are. Ah, this is Abuksha. Along with Kral's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you have brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But when the big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on instead. That was why you agreed to Wuk Lamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear. But she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Abukisha into Wakivu's waiting hands. Abukisha. To the northwest. Let me see if the story will take me that way soon enough, anyway. I'm also sorry for every time I talk, seemingly I guess my headset microphone doesn't capture the fact that I am talking most of the time. Especially when I get to the end of my sentences. We just got back ourselves. Did you find the stone we needed? I hope Wuk Lamat's foray was as productive as ours. We've come too far to stop now. The lifting of wings must go on. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyuipo out of the Abokisha. Here you are. Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages crops to grow. But not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now to get to work to crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyuyipo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. I'm excited to see how Ihana turns out. The final touches are fairly routine and shouldn't take long. Go ahead and wait by the float. Those are interesting swords. Augmented Lunar Envoy Saber Fangs. Interesting. Geronimo! That's gonna hurt. Ow. The only point that matters. The last one. They're going for that bonus. As Wokivu said, the festival really is a spectacle to behold. Gathering the Uyuipo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wokivu criticized everything I did, then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into a Uyuipo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffling out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen the poles in the new eye. Oh, at least we've seen to the new poles in the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. Dies. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. I like me a cutscene. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the Feat of Reeds by reviving Ihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we ask too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Kona out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds. Something about what needs to be done? Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like our Kona. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed. As soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Wind Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing from Malms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Anvil's twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wakivu. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the floats? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised I could even lift that thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is only extended to the Dawn servants. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihana, the lifting of wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Wuk Lamat, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? The boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wuk Lamat. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanuaki, where the sacred likeness of Kishiahihi is ensconced. Geez, Turalians, can I buy a vowel? What I'd like to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still while Wakivu is finished with... Oh, you expect me to sit still until Wakivu has finished with the floats? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wakivu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the village at the south. Wait. The path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Shrine of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. With the lack of combat skills, I would only get underfoot. Happy hunting. I'll get to work. By the time you're done mashing monsters, the float will be as good as new. The Ihana procession often runs afoul of territorial creatures on the way to Kozanuaki. I would greatly appreciate you removing those threats in advance. Weapons at the ready, we'll make short work of this task. The degree to which Wakivu pursues his interests is remarkable. Apparently his studies of the Kuzumaoka region were so invigorating that he decided to move here and immerse himself in the culture. If the float functions as I think it does, I would not be surprised if it were attracting the creatures. The concentration of ether would be an irresistible lure. As Linu Hanu said, Kozanuaki should be down this way, then off to the east when the path branches. That's something about bridges and the Stride of the Sun? Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Kishahi. Just use it. Well, there's Wuk Lamat. I wonder if Alice is anywhere. Ooh! Ha! That's one down. Alice is probably up the road. I forgot Alphino came with. At this rate, we'll soon have the route to Kozanuaki secured. I'm just looking for Kryle and Alice at this point. Oh, there's Alize. Now this is my kind of busy work. Huh. Where was Kryl during all of this? Ginu Hanu? Koza Nuaki. Ah, you are a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kishahi, the Hanu Hanu deity of the harvest. Even their sacred images are woven with reeds. Makes you appreciate how much their culture revolves around the reed harvest, doesn't it? It's said that Kishahihi was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tyrol by the first Hanu Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent, that mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linu Hanu? He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the floats. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Meanwhile, in Okano. Oh, I think I know what's going on.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuk Lamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again. This is a priceless treasure. And as festival leader, I would die to protect it.
Very well, if that's what you want.
Into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
Are you sure that's what you want?
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort, sweating nuts.
Lucky for you.
Yes, lucky for you.
Two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Mamuk.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Jeez. I'm glad we kept the float out of Bokul Judge's clutches, but gods, he brushed me aside like I was a bothersome gnat. It takes time to get strong. A tense encounter. I'm thankful Alphino thought to share those link bros. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that poor manners often betray poor character. For real. He waited for us to leave so he could steal the float. A coward and a thief. I'm thankful we made it back before anyone was seriously injured. Given the nature of the rite of succession, I expect other altercation. I expect such altercations are inevitable. Indeed, indeed. Thank you for coming to the rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well not have been there at all. Nonsense! You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You are incredibly brave. Incredibly so. I was so afraid Wuk Lamat would come to harm. Okanu has seen enough death. Knowing the Hanu. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. She is looking fine. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is not unnecessary. Oho Kali! See? I remember. Oho Kali. Oh, Kali! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be on their way. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. That is a good way of thinking. Oh, Kali! The festival is about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there! Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is a tradition. And a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. You can have all the time you want so long as you show up. Oh, without Ihihana, life feels so empty. Oh, Kali! Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. The Hanu seem very emotional. Oh, Kali! The Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. Truly time for a festival to begin.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
That is the hope.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
You're gonna get horribly seasick after this, I know it.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest, but this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuk Lamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Off they go.
Well, well, well. to see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulung Jaja.
Are you not going to join the fun?
Right. We've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Zanu Holly didn't join us. Time for seasickness. If she's not getting seasick, she's hiding it well.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Let the crops be bountiful.
Life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Keshaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Wow. Now that is a picture worth painting.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
I wasn't sure what to expect, but the festival was admittedly impressive. I told you, didn't I? Spectacular. Even deprived of their usual sustenance, the Hanu seemed invigorated the moment the festival began. Ihihana is truly magical. I was too quick to dismiss the idea that the float had arcane properties. I think I wanted to believe that no one knew more about Ihihana than me. As it turns out, there are many things I have yet to learn. I'd like to take a turn riding the float. What? It looked like fun. Don't pretend the thought didn't cross your mind. Admittedly, having that as a mount would be hilarious. With their fields rejuvenated, the Hanu too might finally replenish their flagging reserves of ether. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at carrying the poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater. But today's events remind us of the power in tradition.
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
So you would abandon tradition?
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuk Lamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. I like you even more now than I did before.
Let the good
The
times roll.
feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
Third promise, you must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn servant, of course.
The hope and the dream.
Right. It's back to Torihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed.
Although that is interesting insight into Kona's character.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
I can only hope that that concoction wilts the reeds instead. While Kona seems a decent sort, he strikes me as a man who likes to keep others at a distance. Where has Bakul Jaja gone again? Gone, I wonder. And what did his follower mean by their other prospect? I'm curious as to who these Archons the second promise mentioned could possibly be. Well, we only know of 2 other Archons that aren't in this group, so... Two-headed troubles aside, Wuk Lamat completed the feat and earned a keystone. That's all that matters. My journey has started and already I've met so many wonderful people. Wakifu, for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking whom else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to Zibala of Tai. Level 90. Ripe for the offering. Right, the wind's chosen. Hanu. You're Wuk Lamat's companion, aren't you? Kishahihi smiles upon you. I had hoped the great bird would guide you to one of the village's saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offerings to Kishahai. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You'll join us then? Oh, that makes me so happy my feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest. They must be so ripe that they've fallen to the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanu Hali at the shrine. There's the great float. How's she looking? You'll do us the honor of riding the float at the next Ihihana, won't you? Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Let me in this thing. Probably the only reason why these feel so slow is I'm just so used to other zones where I have all the ether currents and the mount speed upgrades. I suspect that we will be coming back here. Lanu Hanu. Right of the Wind's Chosen. Ohokali! Of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Wuk Lamat's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I am Lanu Hanu, and I have the honor of being the wind's chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. Great honor. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard. It is customary among the winds chosen to save their molted feathers, present them to these brave protectors. Brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Okanu to receive our offering. But there's much more to it than just simple delivery. And I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task if you're willing. Nahan Shi is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. No problem. I gotta travel in style! Oh, I think I see him. Nanchi. Hello. You're looking for me? You're not Hanu, unless you're molting something awful. No, I am not a Hanu. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now that you found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know, use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around? It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanu Hanu then. I forgot I had these. One sec. Jeez. A bit dour. I thought I was coming here to pick up some feathers. My superiors didn't say anything about helping someone. Are you thinking? Yeah, you're thinking. You found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahan Shi. As the wind's chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Landsguard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, yes? Then come with me to the center of Okanu, where you can behold the entire village at once. I will say, I like the Landsguard's armor. It does look quite nice. Take it all in. This is Okanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch flame, and if they do, we risk setting our entire village on alight. Building waterways through Okanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well. And when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Do you know? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Volcanu would thank you. And now for the reason you came. The feathers of the winds chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. Case point. The design evokes the image of Kishahi, the great bird revered by all Hanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that makes the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. So without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate of the southeast. Fine. I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment, Thorak? I would like to hear your opinion of the Hanshi. He's not the most motivated person. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Landsguard trooper comes in to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landsguard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the tasks we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. But working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gates. And while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us as secrets. No problem, my friend. The feathers we send the Landsguard are for decorative purposes, and since they can lay untouched for quite some time, they aren't fit for use in floats. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I just want to get this over with. Well, we can leave that there for now. I'm mostly just interested in the ether currents as much as the story may interest me. Votive fruit. Oh, we're going over there now. Alright, well. Might as well start the walk now. Probably down here. But I still imagine that this place will... I will come back here at some point. Breath between Shahagi. Yalms to the northeast. That would put it somewhere over here. Poison frog. Ah, there's our prize. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? This ripe, bluish fruit is said to be a favorite. Is said to be a favorite of Kishahihi. Kishahihi will be most satisfied with these. Today you are more than an honored guest. You are the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihihana back to us, Kishihi is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now, you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to Anu Hanu, and the ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. Any nearby currents? To the southeast. Woodsman. There we are. I can only imagine what's in this river if I can dive to the bottom of it. Dock Polka. Nice looking at this. I can imagine a significant portion, at least of this half of the map, is blocked off by cliffs. To the southwest, so probably this one over here. Well, while I'm here, I might as well get myself attuned to this ether, right? I can't help but like keep thinking, like, what was it like over here in Tyrol during the final days? I do hope we can get that answer to our question, hopefully a little later. Hello, Anu. Welcome back. Was Lanu highly impressed with their offering? The smell emanating from this sack indicates that Kishihi's blessing is powerful indeed. I can feel Kishihi's presence, grace emanating from these. Thus the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu clamored to participate in this rite, you know. It's said that the fruit offered by Kishihi becomes imbued with his divine spirits, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too, although you've traveled far. I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go with our gratitude, and may the wings of Kishihi sweep ill fortune from your path. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, no, we need Omega. And then we need to go to the west. A journey to the west, one might say. I'm nothing if not one-liners. We're getting close. I imagine it's at the top of the staircase again. Yep, it's at the top of the staircase. Or it's not? Frick you, Squeenix, you knew what you were doing. $622 yalms to the south. I imagine that would take me up and like down into that other area. Let's go check. Communal. Aye. Still further south, so yes, I am not getting that for a bit yet. This goes to Urkopacha, so maybe I get there through the Pelu Pelu. I mean, I have to get through there through the Pelu Pelu because of Urkopacha. Ghost-fired bank? Dew-spun bank? Well, at any rate, we're done here. House of Waters, House of Winds. Ooh. Hammerhead crocodile. Wow. Okay, so given the fact that we didn't see Zeralja through this part of the story, I imagine he'll be heading to the Pelu Pelu. Back to Tuliolal. Tuliolal. Oh, a warrior? Yep, a warrior. Instance 18. Now I think about it, let me look this up real quick. Just for my curiosity, because I want to say it came out last year, but... Yeah, last year. Okay, that does make more sense. Oh, Sights of the West. That's right. I'll pick it up later. I'm not overly enthused about grabbing it right now, right this second. Maybe I should be, now that I think about it. What are we all up to? I pray we don't cross paths with Baku Jaja at the next feat. I know Zeralja was not at the Hanu village. The Hanu's festival must be as central as their traditions of sundrop dances to the Vanu. When Wuk Lamat declared her intention to save the festival, I feared where it would lead us. I'm glad to see my concerns were unfounded. Oh, my belly. Long has it been since I feasted so well. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let us keep things moving and march upwards to march onwards to Urkopacha. chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what our opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. Come on, Thorak, let's see what's waiting for us in the next village. Wuk Lamat would have struggled to complete these feats alone. Bringing you together was the correct choice, it seems. Without knowing how far the other claimants have progressed, taking anything other than a brief rest is out of the question. The rules of the contest seem clear now. The scenes from the saga point us in the direction of the electors, and the electors award us keystones for performing their feats. Simple. With one keystone already in hand, we've made an auspicious start to the contest. Hopefully our next attempt is equally successful. To Arcopacha. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Brokevu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Arcopacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn and then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Arcopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have the most dependable solution available. Come with me. Oh, I think we're taking alpacas. There happens to be no etherite toward that direction. Oh my, are these fluffy babies or mounts? The Pelu all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess their age. These beasts are short-footed, that's for certain. Why did it have to be alpacas? Talking to Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous, slippery trail on foot. Cutscene time! May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca? These animals can traverse Arcopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yoctoral. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the western lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good. I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. the Pelu Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade. As you should know, take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Oh boy. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need the right alpacas to reach Urkopacha, then that's what we'll do. I mean... just saying, I have a chocobo mount that can hold multiple people at once.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
A peak to rival that.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
A Workor Sormor.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here, of all places.
Oh, we're the first ones here?
But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrunpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say.
Jeez, the vacuuming is really going nuts up there. I'll mute my microphone for that.
Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliola. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Famous last words.
Watchun Pelo's down the path, off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
That is snow up there. Reminds me a little bit of Utah. Oh gosh. I could see more buildings on the path Bolnock was taking. Oh, I wonder what's over that way. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not to the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. The palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Wuk Lamat's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. Alright, Wuk Lamat, what did you already buy? This is it. Watchun Pelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuk Lamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all the way for the right succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn Servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of a budding ruler. And as the nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Anval? When did you... Ah, a Shitona from far-off Shaktaral? Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm coat of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase and unwitting customers like Wuk Lamat fall prey to this... Oh. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase and unwitting customers like Wuk Lamat fell prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Arenville's words of caution to heart. Alright. not stopping just yet, but I'm going to step away for a minute. One more moment. Okay, now I'm ready. I had to go find my cardigan because the coat I was wearing before, not super breathable. The cardigan is quite breathable, actually. Much more comfortable. Elise? All these houses and buildings made to Pelu size? And mine too, come to think of it. It would seem the Pelu are also partial to coffee. Really? Wuk Lamat is happy to have Erinville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs to have a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. Sorry. I swear I let her out of my sight for one moment. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do, find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Kryl, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Wuk Lamat, you and Erinville might try approaching travelers and passers-by. Thorak, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Oh boy. Jacques Rook. He is a viper. You look like you can handle yourself if you're interested in joining the hunt. I reckon you and I might meet again. Babilja. They sell mezcal directly from the distillery here. If you're a spirit drinker, I encourage you to give it a taste. Welcome, welcome. Urkapacha is terribly cold, isn't it? Come and sit down and have a cup. You'll warm right up. The Dawn Servant's Elector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me, I don't much care who sits on the throne so long as they keep Tyrol peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. No, thank you. Oh, right, yes. You were asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot. But not much else. Our leader, Ledger Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. You've had enough. Just one more cup. I wonder if they're like spiders. The spiders are... that could be the mezcal, rather than coffee. I was about to say, spiders have the unique sort of thing about them where... Brain. Spiders get drunk with coffee, basically. I am pleased to report that my stall is open for business. Though I do not accept Pel or Gil, bicolored gemstones are most welcome. Alpaca fillet? Magama goe pineapple? Silver lobo hide. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking for a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Ja. You want a warmonger? If the Furnace Promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you want to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I could tell you're no supporter of Zoral Ja and his policies. I dare say mezcal may sell well as an export. Not if we drink it all first. I wonder if I can find Alize or the others. I'm on the roof. Interesting. Yep, level 90 gear here as well. Hello. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our priced alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to a visitor buyer not so long ago, Tobli. That's the head rancher. Was so mad at me for not giving him a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobli noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Okay, so one person did see an elector, another person, this impatient porter here, right? Yeah, impatient porter. He's hoping for Zeral Jah, and then the other had no idea of an elector. You really have to watch yourself around these subtle-tongued peddlers. Almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobli is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. I want to say that's Tobli. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. Yes, I can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Ah, that's so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask him first. Let's ask some questions first and narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, oops. I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Diligent, nonchalant, boastful ranch hand. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. I'll sniff out the I'll sniff out the head ledger in a heartbeat. You'll see. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from Third Promise and her entourage sharp instincts. Shall we commence the right of succession then? I don't think that's Tobly. You think I might be Tobly? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. I think it's that one. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The diligent ranchian. Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip that mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for the confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Watch and Pillow, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulu Jaja's chosen electors. Haha! In a place featured in the Tuliolal saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be for the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. It would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Zoralja.
Zoralja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
That's cheating.
You're Tobly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Oh dear.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
Go on.
The little monster spat on me! Ah, that stinks! I can't.
Plop.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
Yes, yes, you did.
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Wuk Lamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I'm impressed with how easily Zoraal found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feats. The rest is up to them. Judging by the volume of Wuk Lamat's scream, alpaca expectoration must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant to the spell. Zeral Jah puts me in a mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. One of the two, though. Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. So, this is our sought-after elector. I did say remaining calm was the key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff for me? Just make sure. The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. So, can you smell it? Be honest. More level 90 gear. Although, those are gloves. Probably because you're expected to get to this at level 90 pretty early. They ration them out between these two separate quest lines. As Wuk Lamat helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpacas are wary of people getting close enough to catch one. Oh. The Valley Alpacas are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Perhaps you've... Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler to make them an offer. But they don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel. In the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting the kill, that comes to around 1 million or so. Maybe help if we all pitch in. No. This is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have more suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture. But you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million. So you're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got confused with Alphino's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I have also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I ate them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuk Lamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting that saddle then. Third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could easily use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. with Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly. Although, Thorak, I think you should go with Wuk Lamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. I do indeed. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Thorak anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest you try trading the wood to Havli the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. I'm just thinking about taking my microphone that's sitting on my desk and eventually putting it on a boom arm. I'm thinking I have a spot for it, but I'd have to mount it to my desk as much as I'd want to mount it to the wall. Is it really possible to make 100 times what that wool is worth just through trading? This is the artisan who makes our taming saddles. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle's going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. And why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zeral Jah will go to war and have his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wuk Lamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the Second Promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Well, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakhui ruled our village. That's why I offered my help. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Then I guess I'd better make sure I'd win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with a piece of Tuliolal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for the 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver. Bolnak was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. So that's an interesting insight to the Pelu Pelu. The younger generation welcomed Zeralja because they believe his war and conquest would bring about more trade. Of course, ignoring the fact that that would also bring potentially war and strife here to the Pelu Pelu. And it's that thing where it's like, yeah, they're taking it for granted. Also, I did not bother checking. South? I'll probably be going that way eventually anyway, so it probably don't matter. I want to finish out this quest chain, but I think I might... whatever. Is this where you met the Weaver? This is the spot. After Bolnak talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably heading to Ikuvlo's Inn. Most visitors to Wachun Pelo end up staying there. Let's go check and see. Let's go and check, shall we? I'm glad I have this open. Is that lava? Tirali Ratel. Well, I did say I'd be going down here eventually anyway. Case in point. That is a goat. That's a biggest scotus. Mammal jaw. Oh, so the brute is probably here somewhere. I hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Ah, we meet again. But wait, weren't you all on your way to Wachun Pelo? Can I have that basket, Thorak? A basket of standard quality wool you received from Tobley, worth 1 pel in the hundreds column. Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn to profits. I imagine at least 5 pel in the hundredth column. Bolnock, I'm glad we found... Well, no, that would be unreasonable. 5 times the asking price. I imagine at least 150 or 200. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal? Now allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrol as well allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus, do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that can easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. Wow, I was not that far off. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled the investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Thorak remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one of which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now, let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Thorak, take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. Excellent trade. 100 pel to 500. Success! You traded 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for 500 pel wool poncho. We turned 100 pel into 500. I know it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking stock its shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They have a fabulous sense of style. A nice sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. So only those people with practical need would be interested. Wait, that's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mamuja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamuja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bare shoulders, Mamuja carrying arms can be struck off the list. tell me, who among these gathered travelers do you think might be amenable to a proposal? So professional fighters like those Landsguard would have little interest, though the same could be said for any Tirali who prioritize ease of movement in their work. You would probably want style more than anything. You are a sellsword. You probably work for a living. Probably that one. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Hello there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was by no choice of mine. Believe me, I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolao, and I was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu. I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it, if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I've crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. This blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I value at 1 pel in the thousands column. Doubled. Ooh, oh, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mates. Or the mate. And I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I might have met you. Okay, so that wasn't Bakul Judge's entourage. Did you hear that? We already have our next buyer. To Miplo's Mate Garden. We go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? You got me. 500 to 1,000. You trade 500 wool poncho for 8,000 pel hatchet. I do like how they talk about pel. 1 pel in the thousands column. It's kind of like $1 in the tens column. $197 yalms to the south. That would put it... Best case right here. Actual case probably down here. Here we go again. Riding alpacas. Well done, recognizing that toolmaker is a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. I'm not looking for a change of vocation just yet, Mablu. We've been doing so well so far, even Tobli would have to agree. Before we get moving, you should hold on to this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. What's the description on this hatchet? A finely crafted hatchet you received in trade for a wool poncho, worth 1 pel in the thousands column. Ready to go? Let's mount up. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit, please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Tyrol? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Warkar's armor? Wasn't that its name? A foreboding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yakui. So Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession? You don't care for wrench work? No, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you buy the taming saddle, though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Not a cactuar. Not a cactuar. I don't know, I don't believe him. We made it, without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvelo's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That time was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobli took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores. Grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading for things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As if Mate's harvest, as it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuk Lamat's way of the people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and then let's get the bargaining. Did you give the hatchet back to Wuk Lamat? We should let her do the talking. You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now let's see what I can get for it. You're Meplu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of the successful tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. The deal will bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I say, Mistress Meplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We missed the window for demand in that case. We missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on the connections. Think of it this way. It's a generous deal here will put you in the Third Promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the Second Promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wuk Lamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at fair price. I suppose it is fair, given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, will you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come in, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Thorak and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then. And mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. I imagine for this we'll see 3 Pelu in the thousands column. There we are. The alpaca are stronger up here. Most intriguing. I wasn't sure Miflu would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. Indeed, indeed. Oh, there she is. There's that bright pink poncho. Did you see how Wuk Lamat came to my rescue there? She really is good with people. As any new Dawn servant should be, in touch with the people. A sizable pile of freshly harvested mate leaves. I assume that's the pronunciation, mate, because mate leaves don't sound right. Hey, Miplu. You've brought me some leaves then? Here you are. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Fair enough, fair enough. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I'm prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves could cost no more than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. 5,000 pel leaves. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I need your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try and trade our leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoral Ja? I mean, of course I am. I am Wuk Lamat of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Beginning to doubt yourself? Excellent trade. 1,000 pel for 5,000 pel. I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's how I am. A premium deal. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving our Invel's points. Ready then? Our next stop is Mezcal Distillery. A large sack of premium mate leaves you received in trade for a fine hatchet and an investment of labor, worth 5 pel and thousands column. Oh wait, hang on. To the northeast. Surrounded by bears. Oh gosh. Ah, up the mountain. Not getting over that way anytime soon. Mad McCoy? It's pineapple. A sentient pineapple. Bender Coriol. Nope. Leave me alone, kitty cat. Leave me alone, doggo. Ah, 2 doggo. Ow. Oof, the smell of mezcal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as the master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Thorak, perhaps Wuk Lamat could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I head to the north side and see what I can learn. Babilja? Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolal. I often come here to buy Gobli's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle this stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so saddled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Sylvie? Gobli might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of sun perch. Raploop? There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agape Jaws. That's the field where they gather the ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients and thus driven up the price of its product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. You can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. So it sounds like we'll have something of our own craft to do. Hey, Mablu. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You can go on ahead, and I'll bring Wuk Lamat. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below as to not distract the alpaca from his work? So what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer you a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have a use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Gobley's invitation to the palace. Let's hold on to that one. We need to consider our timing. The Hobio chef's distaste for a strong drink. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubio chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubio friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with the added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity, if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You want to be wearing your very best when you walk into the Volok Shunsa. It would be such a shame to miss a chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for the courts? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnak, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As a supporter of Wuk Lamat and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain, alright? Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Thorak and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Polnak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Huachinpelo. Be safe! Please be careful out there. That young woman is one formidable trader. That should be Agave Jaws, just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you've finished clearing out your share of the pests. What's worth a shot? Had fun? Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mobley the sack of leaves so she can steal the deal. Seal the deal. Go on, give Mobley the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Finished already? Even hard mercenaries would have taken longer. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now if you could just have the sack of leaves. If I could just have the sack of leaves. Here you are. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley, and here are your mate leaves and a written introduction to Bull Knock, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one who inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. $5,000 pel for 10,000 pel. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Alright, now I get to trip and fall. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Why'd you say that? Luckily, half these places not far. We just need to head across the plaza. A high-quality jug of mezcal you received in trade for premium mate leaves, an introductory letter, and the swift culling of hostile pest. Worth 10 pel in the thousands column. And now I trip. The Third Promise looks ready to trade the mezcal now. My price is final. Bring me a jug of premium mezcal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it. The trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoral Ja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take too long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you are an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feats accomplished. Taming saddle. A 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. Does Wuk Lamat have it, or do I have it? She has it. Okay. Tobly and Arenval have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feet straight from my hand. I made the mistake of Sterling when and caught a glob of spittle for my trouble. I began to understand Wuk Lamat's aversion to the animals. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive? It looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. Let's tell them the good news. Let's. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Wuk Lamat's touch. That is because of the singular scent in which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Zeral Jah. Zeral Jah, he's back. What the frick? Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca he's brought. Is it just me, or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wuk Lamat. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Taral can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they been basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but as opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawns, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulul Jaja did not elevate the Mamuja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only to the Olal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise is completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's pink. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona. It's like we're not even family. I mean, as much as I don't want to say it, you are adopted along with Kona. I could never agree with Zora Jal. I want Tuliolal to be a land of peace now and always. A golden alpaca in the flesh, like the Golden City. I thought them a children's tale. What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. Zoral Jah is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace? But should he achieve this peace, then what? So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would-be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil? We cannot allow it to happen. I'll ponder Zoral Jah and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. Oh hey, that gold alpaca is still there. I have my saddle, I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Oronkanka is northwest of here. Come on everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuk Lamat off on our hunt. Jeez. I imagine Zoral Jah is supposed to be kind of a spiritual successor to Xenos. Granted, not the longing side that Xenos had with him. I mean, it's often a joke that Xenos, toward the end of Endwalker, basically that entire story was him learning how to ask, want a PvP? And eventually just the Warrior of Light saying yes. I wonder if Zoral Ja is supposed to be that part of Xenos that would see war restarted rather than brought to a peaceful end. Mablu's right. The least we can do is let Wuk Lamat know we're cheering for her. Zoral Ja may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Wuk Lamat is out of the running. She can do this. Aran Kaka is a steep and treacherous place. Only those with the head ledger's blessings are permitted to enter. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. Was it? Wow. Jeez. I can do this. I know I can.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I don't need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
Very true, Third Promise.
Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuk Lamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
But something tells me she got spat on a lot.
You're utterly spent. And small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Wuk Lamat was able to catch her alpaca, and Aaronville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Alphino was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now, that he's mastered collecting firewood? Thanks to Alphino and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. Wuk Lamat had no serious injuries to speak of, however she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I spoke too much. If Wuk Lamat is up to it, we should be heading back to Tobli. I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Speaking of gold... There's 94. Enhanced Second Wind. Melee Mastery. Knowing the Pelu. Wuk Lamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt the fatigue away like magic? Like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mabalu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Well, might as well be in theme. I should have a Beast of Burden. This is a Beast of Burden. Well, not quite a Beast of Burden, but still it's a goat. It is a great goat. To the northeast. Wait, is that right? Over there somewhere. Hey, Maplu. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with tea. Then, Wuk Lamat can't that... I should hurry along with the tea then. Wuk Lamat can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown quite fond of them. Kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although, I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Ja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakoi, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulu Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Serpent. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plights. None could have anticipated that what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakoi subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering enmity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard that the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise. You brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Aw. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Five more to go. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I've learned so much about the Pelu people and their customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was something I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuk Lamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yogg-Saron and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We have nothing to lose from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryl. I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Saron around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago? Right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there's more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try and find out, seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants. I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn's servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zeralja's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuk Lamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. That does seem to be the growing theme about Wuk Lamat. Every other promise has the ability to change Tyrell in ways that Wuk Lamat can't. But Wuk Lamat is... She would be a Dawn servant of the people, more or less. She would connect with the people and hear their pleas and understand what they need. I never dared hope we would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. That makes 2 out of the 7 keystones. So far, so good. The Yakui once ruled the entirety of Yak Tyrell. I'm curious to see what has become of them. I expected as much from the moment I saw them, but winning the contest against Zeralja will not be easy. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Sibalia of Tai with us. The contest has hardly begun. Crisis of corruption. Hey, I recognize you. You're Thorak, yes? I've heard about you. Companion of the Third Promise, a most dependable individual. The name's Nopli, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant of blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these, crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They were extracted from remote regions of Eorzea. And shine a brilliant blue-orange hue. Quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low price of 1 pel. In the millions column! It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation. But anything for a friend of the Third Promise. That's not even worth a fraction of that price. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? I am afraid you got robbed. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are cryptic crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile? And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals? What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects? All of which to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? But if they really have no use... Have I, Nopli the Lucky, been swindled? Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Thorak? I need someone I can trust. And that you'd be willing to share the truth with me sells a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. You're willing to help then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Tyrell. For instance, crystals are high in demand among Tyrelli mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the cryptic crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter with my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The mage you're looking for is an individual of the Buniwa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Oh, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamuja's mercenary. Well, he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here, but no sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chaba Yukek and save him. Bell-bearing guard. What did I say? Huh? I don't know the first thing about crystals. I'm not an artisan or a mage. Unusual crystals? Not interested. I prefer to keep my distance from peculiarities. Intriguing. I've never heard of these cryptic crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity, but I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them, as they are as volatile as you say. There is little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. I do feel bad for this trader to be swindled so heartlessly. Something common that I think we all share is a particular disdain for snake oil settlers. So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right, these crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Thorak, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. When you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. That is not a small token. I will take that gladly. And now there's a young Mamoja sellsword who needs our help. I can hardly believe my eyes. You found those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks for your timely rescue. I still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know that I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. Well, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamoja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Mamoja travel across the salt to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Tyrol as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. It was night when I first arrived here. It is night again as I leave. The ever-revolving door. Still, I'm happy with this. 5 hours and we got both the Pelu Pelu and the Hanu Hanu squared away. The Pelu remind me of Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles mezcal, and raise alpacas bear them to market. Idle musings aside, we've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. Neither Kona nor Bakul Jaja appeared to be in Wachin Pelo. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. Yet in a contest like this one, it's only a matter of time until the claimants are pitted against each other in a direct competition. I've heard there are hot springs in Yirkopacha. Mayhap, time permitting. I've not forgotten our obligations to Wuk Lamat, of course. Having immersed ourselves in the culture of others, though, my anticipation for new experiences this adventure will bring us has only grown. A golden alpaca. Alone, I may have tried to track the beast myself. Traveling with so large a diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. If she could see me now. Look at us! The contest has barely begun and we already have two keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. Our first level 91 quest. I think that's our first. Yeah, that's our first. But more Dawntrail will have to wait till next time. For now, I have been Okami Thaakjin, and I shall see all of you again maybe later Monday. We'll see. For now, all of you have a good night. Bye.